Okay, let's see. This is always nice to see. Coming back to your code. A to do saying to rewrite everything. Uh, um, this says something is broken. That is a little bit blurry. That's unfortunate. Is it also blurry on Twitch? We'll have to see how it goes. I changed some settings. Hmm. We'll see what happens. Mm, Okay, so last time we realized that when you select photos, if you run the server, if you run the server, and you go to write a review, and you select a photo, it gets cropped right away. And then when you click on it again, you only see a cropped picture. That is not great. There is no way for you. Does it not work? That's also annoying. When it's like this. Okay, but we're going to rework that. Um, so what is happening is that from a photo picker, instead of taking the original and defaulting to this, we cut out this part and save that. So you cannot do this anymore. So what should happen is selected photo should be different. It should have an original image. It needs to be equatable for Swift UI to be able to reference it in for each and stuff. They should be able to pick original image, and you should know which part of that you are going to be referencing. But there is always the photo you have selected, right? So let's try to change that. So we're gonna rename this to original image, and we're gonna delete this, and we will say that you have crop area. Okay. So instead of having a optional constructor, we just save this, and then crop area would be image size starting at 0. You think this is a correct subscript initializer? Uh, this can go away, and this decoding function needs to change. Mm, okay. Forgot to close the parentheses. Okay, so this is not really needed. But everything else can stay the same. So let's see how many issues is created. Build succeeded? Wow, okay. Can I run this? I didn't expect that it will work. Where do we get, where do we use this? Mm, hmm. In this file? And in here. Okay, this needs to change. So this is our resizer. Okay, what will happen if I pick a photo now? So this is the same because we don't use the picker from here. This view uses its own picker. Okay, so we need to change that. But does everything else work? If I go and change a picture, I choose this one, I keep it, and I choose this one, and it's fine because here I do maintain original image, and I save cropped version here. So the idea is then that this is redundant because we can have a var like this that would basically do this stuff. Okay, okay, so here we can say crop original image to crop area. Okay, and maybe this crop function doesn't need to be here, there anymore. We don't need to maintain this crop. This extension, let's put it also here for now. Um, what is this? When passing initial photo, its crop area is ignored by resizer. The view passes everything correctly, but image crop selector overrides initial values. Yeah, I know what it means, I guess. Image crop, original image, crop, picker visible. So only this is needed. Uh, can I not have a initializer here? I don't need original image as well because it's now in here. And this would be Boolean, and its initial value would be whether or not this is nil. So we show the picker when we don't have initial image. And you type bool, not boolean. Okay, so all of this goes away. Okay. When original image is changed from here, so this would go into the photo, and when it changes, nothing needs to happen. Hmm. And we need to put this in here. Why is foreground style white? What is that about? Um, if there is an image inside of a photo, we write to photo crop area. Or I guess this is how it would work. Value of selected photo must be unwrapped. Huh? Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So photo is this, but the binding is underscore. Hmm. So we need a binding. Why doesn't this work? Um, how do we access part of binding? You have to create a new binding to the place. Binding of, oh, like this, and then crop. Cannot convert CG rect to expected binding. Okay. First of all, does this work? And why cannot they make binding of it? Ah, okay. Binding like this. Value of optional selected photo. Um, binding to optional. Hmm. It's a binding to optional. How do we have a map? I get it, because it's a binding, but it's too optional. So this is always there, but we don't really. So this works, but it's optional, and this expects a rect. Remove optional from binding. Oh, do you just do this? Oh. Hmm. So you take, let me take a look at this. Small comments. Unconditionally unwrapping a nil instance with this. So this somehow became optional binding. Evaluate a given closure when this optional instance is not nil. What does this return? So we started with binding to selected photo that's optional, and we ended up with binding, optional binding to selected photo. Okay. Huh? So this init creates a binding by projecting the base value to an unwrapped value. A value to project to an unwrapped value. A new binding on nil when base is nil. Sure. I guess that makes sense. I don't really have an intuition, but it does seem to work the way we need it to work. Okay, who renders this? I don't think this is used anywhere. Uh, this is just a preview. Um, sure, shall we take this out and say return group like this? and have a state previewable var photo is selected, photo none, show picker is, oh, actually none of this is needed, so goes away. Um, why do we need this? We don't really need this. Shall we not just have actual data component that will take something like this? It's a little cold. Um, Okay. And we have some more issues. Cannot find this, cannot find this, cannot find this. Okay, maybe we will bring it back for a second. We'll bring it back so that stuff compiles. Cannot convert binding. Oh yeah, of course, we change the types. Well, let's not bring it back then because we will have to change stuff anyway. So this becomes selected photo. And we take original cropped image. And that is also optional. And its JPEG is optional. Cropped image. Cannot find data state. Selected photo. Cropped image. No. Crop. Picked photo, cropped image. And here it is cropped image as well. In here we need selected photo. In here we need selected photo. And here we do cropping, but we will not do cropping anymore. Because this will all be rewritten. Okay. Let's see what else is missing. Build failed. Has no member results. No, there is not a result. There is cropped image. Cropped image. JPEG. This is all should be fine. No, go back. This is all previous errors. Wait, let me just clean all issues and let me just clean everything. Okay, what does it say? Function produces expected type bool. Did you mean... Oh, there is a comma here. That shouldn't be there. Okay. Okay, everything built. So now here we should see something reasonable. Does the order matter? Seems not. Take this one. Okay, it works. Okay, let's maybe have vstack that has image from UI image, if let image selected photo cropped image. We make image from that image. We make image from that image and scale it. And then we have our selector. Okay. Let's make a Z stack with black color like this. Okay. It seems to work. So what did we change? Why is this useful? Like this file looks way better, right? So we keep it. Mm. This file does not have any meaningful changes. Its behavior is still the same, we just read from a different property. But maybe let's quickly test it. So from page 3, um, okay, so this is broken because oh no, it isn't, right? So we pick this photo, and when we come back, we still have the same photo, but just the circle is wrong. Okay, so that's what to do in here is about, that circle gets ignored. But that is for later. That is for here. Is it for here? No, it's for here. Right? Yeah, so when we pass an image and the section of the image that should be selected, once you start dragging it around, everything looks good, but the initial value is ignored. Okay, so let's put it not here, but here. Um, initial, let's say fix initial value for selection being ignored. When what's it called? When on bounds changed. In here. what happens is that control points init mode should be able to rescale stuff. Should be able to accept initial selection and respect it in on bounds changed all. Yeah. So the issue is you have this image that can be very large, but it needs to be rendered on the phone in this area, right? So this is like 350 by 230, but the actual image can be like 5,000 by 5,000. So the dimensions of the image are not necessarily the same as dimensions of where it's rendered, and you need to translate this rectangle to where it is on the image, but also the other way around. Okay, so we'll come back to this later. These two seem to be fine. If I run the app, and I go here, I choose this photo, right? And I come, I want to select this, it goes here, and when I come back, the picture original is still there, but this circle is not where it was, right? So that's a little bit of a problem. Maybe we should write plan for today out. Okay, let's say this is our goal. Oh, these are our goals. We'll see how far we get. BXW666 says hi. Hello, welcome to the stream. Um, sure. Okay. So sign up is okay. Changing your photo later is okay. I guess this is where we should go next, or we should do this one. Um, okay, so if we go to photo resizer, image size, crop select. These names are not doing well. So in this preview, mhm, so how this preview works is not really helpful to test this easily. Um, yeah, this is very interesting and it's quick win, but it's not the most useful thing to do actually. Like going here would be most useful. So let's try to do that. But first we're gonna keep this. Yeah, keep this. Yeah, keep this. I hate that it's called potato. What is a good name? It shouldn't be called potato. Um, so is it in shits? No, where is it? It's in technical debt. No, it's in components. Um, so this is kind of single image picker, right? Um, hmm. Okay, let's not touch it. Single image picker. Oh, every time I try to commit stuff. Okay. So all of this is breaking for why is it all of that? Why is that? Why is this feels? Why does it feel so? Bleh. This is a repulsive file. So what we really want, right, is to get a bunch of this out. Right, so it goes a little bit like this. You have your UI of the app, and that UI might want one photo or more than one photo. And these photos can be cropped or not. So the question is this cropper UI here, or is it to the side and app has to implement it on top of whatever? Well, sounds like cropping is not about selecting images, right? Because sometimes you might want to just select a photo. So you have two concerns, right? Pick photos and crop photos. And it is separate in a way, but also same in a way. So pick, you can have one or more than one, and then this will output either one selected photo or an array of selected photos. And then what you can do is you can use this to feed this component. So in here, it's selected photo, goes back, and then that gets somehow rendered to here. And you can either use both only this or only this, or you can write this UI in a way that has both parts. So that makes sense. And of course, we can. So you say one or more than one? And of course, we can write a third component that can have this all together. But we need to start with separate ones. Okay, so this path is dot photo picker, right? Woof photo picker. This is this path. This path is image crop selector, and when you have pick plus crop, that is our potato component. That has this one and this one together. And same way as this works, API, this is argument X, that should be also here. And this is arguments Y, right? You give Y settings to here, you have X settings in here. So this should have X and Y together, and then it can encapsulate those two. Okay, that makes it more reasonable. Now the question comes about this code. This code is really lives here, right? So it's about converting underlying iOS stuff from this UI into our, so iOS to app conversion. That's this code. And then there is a code about cropping that lives here. And this is just about calling. This one is just about calling them to synchronizing or aligning those two. Okay. That makes a little bit of sense to me. Now that we have to work through it. Hmm. Okay. Well, let's see. So a natural next step would be to write this modifier to allow multiple selections, right? Uh, well, let's do that. Um, so this is really about first item, right? So we always select multiple, right? So we have a let multiple photos. That is false. That is Boolean. Um, and when we call, okay, let's start from here, right? So, um, so we have the same call, but instead of taking a binding to one photo, we take a binding to array of photos. Okay. And we return a modifier that is exactly the same. It's exactly the same, just that the type is different, right? Um, now we need an init. Now we need two inits. First init is like this, the one that already exists. Um, basically these two signatures. We need to write init like this. And we need to write init where this is an array. So now these two work. And we need to figure out what to do here. First one we already have, right? We save this binding here, and we save selection to here. And the same mostly in multiple photos, um, where we can do this. Can we like say that it's a binding of a first item? I don't think so. Like this? Can we do it like this? No, 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 no. Okay, so this will not work anyway. So what do we put here is a question, right? Because we don't have anywhere to write this array to. Hmm. Well, uh, we change this to an array. Actually, this stops becoming a binding. Um, we need a state like this. We're gonna get rid of selection for a second. And we are going to write a state that points to the first item here. I don't know. So on change of this, we change this binding. Uh, hmm. There is also this, of course. So if we copy this, right? Um, we can have a little let saying multiple is false, is bool, and then this would say multiple is true, as false, and this would say multiple is true. Well, actually, why don't we do this? Multiple is false, and max is 1, and here multiple is true, and max is, let's say 3 for now. Because we never have anything other than 3 yet. Okay, we can remove this. We can remove this, we only maintain this one. So we always pass the array, but here we're going to have a binding of selected photo, and we don't really need it as an attribute. We can just say this is a binding to selected photo. This is a binding to selected photos. So an array. And this is photo picker items. Okay, this is all private as well. So now here, oh, why did we? I accidentally broke that. Is presented is false. Oh wait, binding to boolean. Okay. This makes a little bit more sense now. Okay, so is presented is here, right? Photo is selection, and then photos is constant empty array. Is presented under self. Sure. Let's just put self everywhere. Is presented for the photos. This is already initialized. Multiple max. Okay. And then we need to do the same here. Except we already did max. Is presented is the same. This is constant nil. This is selection. Multiple is true. Okay. Okay. Don't really need max items at all. So we're going to use this for the picker arguments in here. Let me just change everything. Photo speaker. This one. Okay, let's see. Is presented is just our is presented. Selection is always an array. Goes to photos. Why didn't it pick the one I chose? I chose this one, right? I chose this one, eh? So max selection count, if it's multiple and it's 3, otherwise it's 1, continuous and ordered. Just ordered, I think, yeah. Matching images, preferred encoding compatible, and that's it. Okay, so now we have this on change. So when photo picker items are changing, we run this function. Okay. Instance method on change requires that it bind, we don't have a binding, we have this. Um, sure. And now here, let's just print photo picker items count. Okay, so this doesn't work because we never update any of the bindings. But we do have an ability to do this. Okay, maybe here, based on multiple, we give ordered, otherwise we have default. Then we shouldn't have that one. Jakey Jr. says, "Hi, I love these videos. I'm just tuning in, gonna watch all the parts later." Thank you. Thank you for your compliment. And if you decide to watch something else, I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so now in the case of one photo, we have a checkbox instead of a number. That's nicer. Arturas in the end says, "Hello, why don't you use AI autocomplete like GitHub Copilot?" The reason I don't use it is in the shorts on my channel. There is one short about after completion with AI in Xcode. So check that out. But in general, I can give a more involved answer. Um, so if you don't do anything special, right? Oh, that's too thick. So let's say this is about training data, right? So, and in here, it's very bad training data, right? It's some kind of a curve, right? And in here, it's some good training data. And what I mean good, right? So they uploaded a bunch of code into the model that they sourced from GitLab and GitHub and whatever else, right? And that code ranges from being really bad to really good, all right? And the distribution is probably normal distribution, right? Something like this. So if you don't do anything else, if you just ask questions like generate me whatever function, the most likely output is kind of average, right? And probably with code, maybe below average. Because most code is probably yeah, I don't want to come off like very high horsey, but like most code is probably has bugs, let's say, right? Because that's just how it goes. Um, so what you need to do with AI, you have to, in your prompt, kind of say words and things so that it's more likely to go onto this side of a spectrum. And that's like why prompting is not very trivial, right? You have to say, like, most internet is people just kind of screaming at each other, right? So you have to use in your prompt certain words that will nudge the model towards the right. So that's why they say stuff like, you are a diligent assistant, right? That's why it's needed. So kind of shift it to here. So that's already something you have to do, right? You cannot really just say pick photo iOS, right? But now the problem comes with, in order to know what to put here, you have to kind of know what you want, and you have to kind of know what are the right terms. And the only reason to know what the right terms, the only way to know what the right terms are is to know what you want to have here, right? And then once you have something, you have to read through it and understand it. So I don't really have that understanding for Swift. So maybe, yeah, that's a very positively framed answer. And I have a bit of more emotional way to phrase it, but I think this one is a good one. And there are bugs like it will suggest Python here, you know. There is also that. Um, okay, so this should be enough actually. So we only need to cover a case where we only want one photo, right? Um, because no one calls this yet with our new API that takes an array, so we can change this code to not take a photo that no longer exists. Uh, oh, there is already selection is nil. Um, so this photo will be photo picker item. Let's call it item actually. Let's call this item. Um, and pick first element from here. And when that succeeds, oh, if that doesn't succeed, we write to our photo that there is nothing in it. Update updates the underlying value of the stored value. Oh, now the issue comes with I don't really know how to use it like this without saying binding here. Okay, let's fix that. I don't know how to use it without a property wrapper, and I don't want to look it up. I'll just rather do this. Okay. Binding of selected photo dot constant nil, right? And this is binding. Oh, I mean this. Binding of whatever dot constant and whatever is selected photo array value of type has no member photos, but it's right here. Oh, it needs to be var, of course. Okay, that worked. Hey Alex, from on Twitch. For me, AI always suggests non-existing APIs to try. when I asked about where it comes from, AI says, "You're right. There is no such API." Yeah, that's also a classic problem, right? Uh, where you ask for something, right? You give your question, and then it just produces some kind of a dreamed up scenario. And it says, "Oh, sorry, sorry, you're totally right. Let me fix that for you." And then you just stuck in this loop because it knows nothing, right? It just it's just statistics basically. So yeah, you have to also like with this stuff, you not only have to nudge it towards a higher end of a curve, you need to always like why they say stuff do not hallucinate, right? I don't really like so why they say stuff write good code, right? I don't know. They say this, right? Because somewhere on the internet someone commented, "Oh my God, this is a great code." So they kind of narrow, so that's going to the right. But how to go uh not here, but like into actually what exists, right? Then they say stuff like do not hallucinate. I'm not sure how that works. Or they say use real APIs, right? Use specifications, and that probably like nudges it towards here a little bit because it like maybe more likely to look at PDFs instead of not looking at them. And with backward fitting, the more wrong answers it gives, the less right answers it will produce in the future. Oh yeah, because like in your conversation there is already something strange, and then it's like, oh, I kind of it kind of picks a direction, and it's with every message it's more and more difficult to change that. And also, hello, Alex. Haven't seen you in a while. Uh, okay. What was wrong? Because oh, there is no longer selection. So we write this to the photo, and then we want to decode this item and write it to the photo. I wish Apple would also spend some money on fixing text editor in here instead of, or yeah, they have to do AI, right? That's where the money is. I notice you use mouse a lot while coding. Is it faster than using Vim bindings for you? I don't have an issue with not being able to type fast. I'm not typing slower than it than my head produces stuff. So I don't really. This is not an issue that I have. But it would be nicer to learn keyboard because I'm getting a bit of an RSI sometimes. Um, but I don't really want to spend time doing Vim stuff. I think this is mostly about what feels good to you personally, right? If you really enjoy like mechanics of like navigating through things, that's nice. This is also what I meant with Apple. Uh, like if I have this, right? And if I have this and I want to take this self and paste it here, right? This is super nice and sublime, right? You just do this and it's here. If I want to do the same with, but also I can just take this 4 lines and just paste them here, and it pastes how you expect. If I do it in Apple, like this part works, but if I want to put it here, it's not really the best outcome. I think that's not. But that's mouse issues, right? And yeah, you can, if you like doing Vim macros or whatever. Mm, okay, what were we doing? We were in this part and we fixed it and everything. Does everything build now? It does build. So if we do this, huh, nice. Um, okay, and if we run it, we use that component in here. Let's see if that working still. If that is working still. Okay, seems to be working. Okay, but now of course the one that we have updated. Um, let's make another preview. Let's make another preview, and now we have an array of things that we want to select. Um, and we say pick photos, and we pass a bunch of photos in. And then we, for each of the photos, we're gonna render this, right? What does it say? For each requires that selected photo conform to identifiable. So then we can just say this for now. Selected photo conform to hashable. Man. Selected photo have to conform to hashable. Let's see if we can arrange that. Can we say that it is hashable? We can. Okay. So I think now there should be multiple previews. Can I give a little comment to previews? Name. Okay, I can give a name. Multiple photos, and this is a single photo, right? And it, yeah, nice. Okay, okay, mostly works. And it doesn't work. And that doesn't work because we only update one of them. Um, so what we should do, we should say that for the picker items, non-empty, otherwise we do this. And now we are to decode all of the pictures. So what we will do is have an array of decoded photos that will go through this and do this. I don't think that's how it works. Cannot pass cannot pass function of type sendable to parameter is expecting synchronous. Okay, is this where I have to start using task groups? Uh, I have to write a wrapper that can do async maps and stuff. This is one area of Swift that I wish they did something else a little bit. Like async await is fine, but it's kinda nah solution. Because you have this so you have this issue where green red functions that synchronous functions cannot do asynchronous functions. Really sucks. I want to write something like this, right? Take this, run it through this. And then it returns an array. Does anyone know off the top of their head if this exists? You could use callbacks instead of tasks. Yeah, yeah, and then wait all or something. I have this code somewhere. Wait. Task group I used in a backend somewhere. Um, this one. Yeah, so you kind of have to do like a lot of code to do that. I don't really like that very much. And this is also irrelevant. This one. So you create a task group that will return the type you want, right? Or accept the type you want, and then return the type you want. And then you write all of this. Like, I cannot imagine that this is how people use it, right? This is kind of the first thing. I cannot imagine this is just what you write every time. You make a wrapper that does this, right? If I had to guess, I would guess this is something in standard library that I just don't know exists. Um, let's just Google it, right? Swift async map. Map from Yeah, on the other hand, I can imagine that Apple didn't write a standard library function for this because who controls scheduling? Like maybe you want to control scheduling and stuff. Okay, map from array of objects to array of async functions and await. Yeah, publisher subscribe. Group reduce. So first you add all the tasks. Yeah, that's all. How to manipulate an async sequence. Maybe you can have a sync sequence. Let's learn something. What is the problem once again? Um, basically, I want. My keyboard died. Oh, now it's back. I don't want to write this every time. I just want to do. Hey, here's an array of things. Here's a function that is asynchronous that accepts one of those things and produces another thing. So I basically want to have a map that takes a synchronous function. Uh, why is there a wait here? URL lines. Is this like this? You are waiting. I just let's just make it right. I think Swift. Um, so what we want, right? We want a function that is asynchronous. Mm, I cannot be no. That must exist. Um, wait. Photo picker items dot map. Oh, there is nothing async. Async sequence map async. Nay. Not possible. So what you are going to take is collection. You could have for each in a sync fashion or just map. As far as I remember, await it implemented in a way that allows you to write pretty much yeah, that is also a good idea. Maybe just to have it done, let's just do it right. So you can do for each for item in photo picker items, right? You can just await here. It's not very efficient because you're doing it one by one, whatever, but that's fine. Decoded is await selected photo decode item. Okay, okay, yeah, you're right. And we're gonna switch in case of success, we will get a photo. In case of failure, we will get an error. And we print that error. And here we will just append decoded. So we need to make an array that is selected photo. Right. And then decoded photos, I called it, like this. I was just doing a bunch of C#. um, okay, so once we have done this, we can assign photos to decoded photos, and we can assign photo first item of that. Will this work? Wow. Okay, nice. This is okay for this case, even if you don't change anything. But usually, right? Not usually. What I would ideally want and is to have just await photo picker items, right? Map selected photo decode this, right? And maybe you can also say do 2 at a time, right? But for now, let's just stick with this. Thank you, Alex, for giving a pointing out that very obvious answer. um, okay, I'm gonna go on a short walk with Toby, and I'll see you in the future. There is a problem with this. I imagine that this function can be triggered again while this is still going. Not very likely, but it's possible. And if I like wait here, can I do that? Can I do something like t wait? Huh, interesting. Well, anyway, let's pretend that this takes a while, right? Let's put sleep here of 5 seconds for each photo. And then we took this 3 and we can click it again. What will happen? How will it work? So the last one comes in. But what if we pick 1 and then do 3 and then do 1 again and then do 3? Oh, no. We took 3 and then, oh, and now it's 1. Oh, it's also 3. So we chose this 3 and then we chose this 1. In the end, will it be 3 or 1? That's it. 1 finished first, and now this is still running for first 3 photos. And it, oh, that's a problem, right? So maybe we should prevent that. um, it's a little bit. Oh, that's actually a big issue, huh? Let's make it to 3. That's probably better. How do we prevent that? Hmm. We have this debounce. Where only latest one wins. Maybe that should help. Let's do it once again. So we pick 3 photos and then we change it to only 1. So that 1 finishes first and then those 3 finish. What if we say here debounced this? Uh, because it returns a task. Let's try to say do we have discard results still? discard result of debounced this. Will this work? Hello El Migranto on Twitch. Day 89098 says. It be a bad network here, so I cannot hear you. Can you type with me? Sure. And Arturas on YouTube asks, are there any news from Tesla after your video? Yes, I have received an invitation to the subsequent interview, and I have declined that. How is your day going? I'm fine. A little bit tired. I'm not really, well, I'm really sure that Tesla is very unlikely to be a good environment for me. Okay, let's see if this works. So we pick one photo. No, we pick three photos, but then we change our mind and pick this one. So first, so this should stay now. No, it doesn't, because this function is always different. So we should say debounced on change on photos changed, debounced. And that's something that we're going to say here. Cannot use instance. Yeah, that sucks. And we also cannot have a. How did I did it elsewhere? How did I do it elsewhere? Um, debounced test, wolf for the picker. No, I didn't use it anywhere. That seems here. No. Okay, we're gonna do this on appear. We're gonna update somewhere we use debounced, I'm sure. Huh? In a search somewhere. Or did we use our own debounce? So when photos changed, we wanna give it this function. And when we appear, we assign this here. And we have to change it like this. Do you stream daily? No, I mostly stream weekends, but I'm trying to do more. Okay, so now we pick our one photo and then we pick our 3 photos. No, that's not correct. It's the other way around. We start with saying we want this 3, and then we have changed our mind. We only want this one. So that one comes in, and those 3 still come in. Because what happens in the bounced is that we make sure that in between calls are at least this amount of milliseconds. And after we have waited, we do this. So what we want to do is we want to cancel this task actually. Are you on Discord to get in touch better? No, but you can email me. I think there is an email. Is there an email? There is an email. So that's how you can get in touch with me. Can you download it now? Download what now? Oh, can I get Discord? No, I don't want Discord. um, okay, let's just not do any of this. Why do I use Woof? Oh, for this. Makes sense. Okay, so instead of we just use this one, and then I guess in the end of this function, we can say if our call is more than latest call, we do this. Sure. Call count is 0. What function produces? Oh, what? Why do you call this? It's an int. Oh, private func, private var. Oh, I guess state private var. Um, okay, so will this work? Um, so we choose 3 photos. We changed our mind. We chose this one. One. And those 3 have finished, but they are not the latest calls. Okay. I guess we can say here, right, if our call is less than this call, we can break. But I don't want to write this every time. But I also don't want to learn how to structure my code to be able to cancel previous instances of the task. Oh, wait. So there is a task modifier, right? Why? Okay, wait. I'm gonna commit this. So this is very manually working. I don't like that it's so manual. Whip picker for multiple photos. So this works basically. Um, but now instead of that, why don't we have this? ID is photo picker items. Priority is user initiated. And action is, what is action? On photos changed. We can just do this and we can remove this stuff. We can remove this stuff, remove this stuff. We basically remove everything that we wrote. Doesn't have to be in its own task, right? Because that's already, I think, supported because of this. This is not needed. So we start this. We have to bring sleep back so we can test it. 4 seconds. 3. So we pick this 3, and then we say, actually, this 1. Why does nothing work? That's a little bit broken. Oh, I deleted assigning. Assigning. I deleted assigning. Wait, that's that I should not delete. Why does my keyboard keep disconnecting? Oh, because I'm here. Wait, what? Um, should not have deleted this, of course. Okay. I'll just type my email. Okay, so now we have this 3, and then we changed our mind at this 1. Huh? Oh yeah, no, it does work because it gets cancelled, right? Uh, so we choose this. We chose this. Where is my anything? Oh, of course, but when I do task, it only runs on appear and disappear. So we do need this. So we choose this 3, and then we chose this 1. Okay, I have to go back to 5 because 3 is too short for me to click. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have to be really quick because it seems when I'm clicking, it's already working. Are you writing 3 results? Um, okay, I'm gonna not choose anything. Okay, 1, 2, 3. How is this finishing right away? I don't get it. Why is this writing 3 results? It should wait 5 seconds. 15 seconds. It should wait. Decoding this many items, right? How come this is so fast? This should be at least 5 seconds. I'm gonna print the date. This is 4 seconds between this. Oh, because all of this are cancelled. No, that cannot be. I don't understand how this works. Does anyone else understand how this can work possibly so fast? Or is it just we need to clean build folder and build it again? Maybe that's why. Okay, let's start. We pick these three, and then we don't pick anything. So I understand that this gets cancelled. Or what? Or is it some kind of a pending one out of three? What is this also? Oh, because the preview restarted. Okay. Um, a pending one out of one. Oh, what? Okay, this gets cancelled. This is really strange. Decoding three items. And then it says decoding one item 4 seconds later, so not even the first one. Then I get three, appending one out of one three times. Then I get writing three results. And then appending one out of one and writing one result. Uh, let's do without priority, maybe that's why. Like sleep works differently. No, that doesn't change anything. Why does this three, like, why, what? Okay, let's see. Or does it not cancel those tasks? Add a task to perform before this view appears or when a specified value changes. The task, okay, that makes sense. A closure that Swift UI calls as a asynchronous task before the view appears. Swift can automatically cancel the task after a view disappears before action completes. If the ID changes, Swift cancels and restarts the task. A view that runs the specified action asynchronously if view appears or restarts the task when the ID value changes. So that's so far what I think. This method, Alex, task is cancelled, but it is your job to return only early. Cancelled status flag is set. Oh, okay. So, okay, makes a little bit of sense. So what do I do here? Do I have to check if cancelled? If task is cancelled, else return. Like this. Oh, and it appends the same photo multiple times, I guess. This is so, it's a little bit unexpected, but I also guess why you have to do this. But so what happens is this will get canceled, it will go here for some reason. Why does it go here? So this task is canceled, right? Oh, it's only one task I have. Why does this trigger 3 times? Oh, because it just decodes stuff. But then I have to put it here so it doesn't append things. I have to put it here because it can be canceled like in here, right? And I guess I have to put it here so it doesn't start another decode. That's a little bit. Um, okay, well, if I don't do that, is there like throw if cancelled? Check cancellation. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Because how else would you do it, right? You don't know what you have done inside your. Apple doesn't know what you have written so far, so they cannot roll it back. Generally, yeah, that makes sense, but I'm not too happy about it. Oh, I have to close my blinds, but my leg is asleep. Oh, let's try. Let's try to survive. Ooh, okay. Okay, and I guess so. Basically, canceling a task only sets a flag, right? That's the only thing it does. Um, and I'm and because in a task that runs through, so this print accesses the latest value that was reset here. How does iteration work? So what happened, right? I started with array looping through array of 3. Then that array was overwritten to be 1, but there is a copy, I guess. There is a copy that 4 uses, but then when you actually access a variable, this is a bit. Okay, let's see if that works. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I want to have adding 1 out of 3. Okay. Uh, okay, let's do that. Maybe I can do this. Maybe I can switch on task is cancelled. No, that won't work. I wanted to switch on task is cancelled and only and have this, but then of course when you switch and when you when you in here could be different times if you await somewhere. So that's probably um developer task cancel. Let's take a look. I also want to see Swift unless operator. Uh, Thank you for following day 89098. Thank you for following because he asked to type to him. Okay, now it's time to set a new goal. What is wrong with my keyboard? Um, 128 people followed, but this says 125. But if I go here, this one says 125. Um, this one says 128. Um, why? Command Shift 1. Okay. Define custom operators. What is the name? Okay. Uh, I, I I just wanted to make this. I don't know why this is not present. Um, indicates that the task should stop running. this cancellation is cooperative. A task that supports cancellation checks whether it has been cancelled at various points during its work. Calling this method on a task that doesn't support cancellation has no effect. Likewise, if the task has already ran past the last point where it would stop early, calling this method would have no effect. Yes, that makes sense. Mostly. Because why it's a little confusing, because a lot of tasks throw. Like if you call an Apple API, I had a bunch of tasks that I wrote that would be called like this, right? And they would call Apple APIs. And then Apple APIs would do this, right? Check cancellation, and they would throw. And I would just assume that it cancels your function, and I just assume that it cancels your function, just drops it and throws. But of course, this makes more sense. Okay, let's stop with printing. Do we have sleep somewhere? No. Okay, so this works as expected. Rather than tracking it myself like we did previously in here with a variable, right? We had a variable and we would increase it every time we're called, and then basically do the same, except based on the variable. Yeah, that just makes more sense to do it like this. Okay, thank you, Alex, again. So then here somewhere, actually, I should do this and cancel previous stuff. Oh, to do, cancel previous tasks and check task is cancelled. Uh, okay, so this fix photo picker overriding previously decoded photos. Sure. Okay, so when this changes, this will run. It will check, it will start decoding them, and it will override it. Okay. I agree. Um, so now we can pick multiple photos. Finally, we are approaching. What is this about? multi-photo picker label style when, oh, so it's I get it. So because icon only and icon and text have different types, so you can use it, you cannot use it in one call. So you have to create your own style that does an if for you. Um, okay, so this we have rewritten this. Maybe in Woo Photo Picker we can have another state what I'm thinking about right now here, when you choose multiple photos and they of course take time to decode, we show this shit, we pick the photos and then there is a little loader. Do we want to re-implement that? We have wrote this code in a way that you don't have to disable it again. It can pop up multiple times, right? Um, but you might want to disable this button. So you have to know uh, if this task is running. But then return. So we would do something like running is true, defer, running is false, right? And then this would be exposed outside. I now I like feel oh my god, she's doing this. But also here, right? This becomes so tricky. I don't really need this because there is not a suspension point, right? Like this one I don't need, and this one I don't need. Because it cannot get suspended here. But this one I do need. Um, this one I need because in between iterations, here it can get suspended. This I need because it was running and then while this was going it got suspended, so by the time it's here it could be cancelled. And the same here, I need it because this is a suspension point. Oh man. And of course when defer triggers anything is here. But let's save this for later. Let's start here. So this is about to get deleted. What breaks? So this UI is very nice. But it depends on JPEGs. So that we should get rid of. Um mm, okay. What is JPEG data? Okay. And why would I have this when I can just call this? Cannot find JPEGs in scope. I just have renamed it. I clicked refactor, rename. On YouTube, Sujan Hanal says, yo, welcome to the stream. So we don't really need to convert it into image. Maybe we do need photos, compact map, cropped image. Yeah, sure, I'll call it JPEGs. What is this images? I don't know what it was called. I don't even know what's going on here at all. Why would it be? Okay, so we can have up to 3 photos, and we just go and take that, and then we gonna get rid of this and this. On tab gesture, okay, so when you tap it, when you tap one of those 3, right? So first we selected it from photos. We put them here. When you tap, we show a resizing window or cropping window. And that's how we remember. We say, so this should be map. Well, actually, why don't we go through photos? So the image is original. We want to show here cropped image. So this will be cropped image. Um, so we render an image. Okay, this is all fine. When you tap on that image, we have to take this. Okay, so this image and this image are a little bit fighting with each other. So this is cropped image. We put it here. So this goes here. Then when you tap it, why are we getting inside of JPEGs? To make this, but like none of this is needed because we going to delete it. We want to yeah, so we want to do this. Okay, all of this go away. When you tap stuff, what we want to do is to say I am resizing. Okay, rename me item is maybe needed, but state isn't. Oh man. Okay, this is not needed, and this is int. So we just need to remember that you tapped on this index. And when you type on an index, we want to call this binding of selected photo and mode. Binding of selected photo will be, well, not here. It would be a binding to photos element at index, but only if photos has count is more than index, right? Now this will overwrite element in the array directly, so none of this is needed. And now, instead of this picker, mm, okay. Binding get set. Sure, I'll just write get set. So when you get it, you return a photo. No. You do photos element at index, unwrap, and when you set it, you say photos at index equal value. And then you give this binding here. But it's optional, so don't unwrap. Selected photo must be unwrapped. Okay, so we're gonna say it's binding to selected photo. And we are going to unwrap it, I guess. Sure. That int conform to identifiable. Can I give ID here? I cannot. Uh, on Twitch, first time chat. Firestorm scoop. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Does any of this even compile? Okay, this was never used. Sure. It's probably in here. Mm. So now we have to assign photos. Because nothing will happen. So this will be preview, and underneath is basically this. Oh man, I wish this would work. But okay, I'll do it manually, I guess. Let's fix all of this. So this can be just based on photos. What is size? Remove the images that you can click them to crop. There is no way to retrigger. Yes, set for later. Change this UI. Deselect photos. Don't forget about that. Again, photos, photos, photos. Is it all? Why is it a color with a frame that has an overlay? Why can't I just have this label with a frame? Oh, because of this. But then frame can have alignment. Okay, can we render label directly? Probably. Okay, and now we need to assign a picker to this. So woof photo picker, whether it's shown or not depends on this selecting photos, right? So when you tap, this label, you're selecting photos. Well, actually, when you tap this, oh wait, it can be this button, but then there is also this one. It's also confusing. Um, so we need this as well. And selection is photos. Good work. And then you tap on this and you get a crash. Okay, I'll take a short break and then we will uncrash this. Do you have a TikTokie? What is TikTokie? Do you mean TikTok? But in either case, I don't have that. Okay, I have a suspicion that this broke. Let's see what it says here. Implicitly unwrapped nil in review on line 132. Oh, this is nice. That we say that guard let photo is this. No, 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 no. If we can get a photo out, we write it inside this index. And maybe we should do this actually. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Pick 3 photos. Click on them. Broken. Why is this box the same? No, it's not the same. But this is the same. Huh? Maybe I should do this? Or maybe this? Huh. Oh, maybe this. Okay, and I guess this is not needed. Because index, it should work. Why, when I was using index here, okay, it works. Let's not overthink it. And if I click on this also works. Oh, I guess you can select images like this, deselect them, right? Uh, well, with that button you can, but now it's a little bit tricky. Um, if it's empty, if it's empty, oh, I get this. If it's empty, we draw this border. But the label is always add up to 3 photos with this image, but sometimes we hide the text. Let me check something quickly. So when I have all 3, does it go out of? Oh no, it's fine. Okay. So does it mean stuff works? Kinda does. So this can be gone. Sure. And what happens in a preview when you click? You just print it, eh? Let's see. So we uh I want to check that when you initially select images, they are going to be cropped correctly. So if I send a review to this place and I select this photo, it is cropped. I don't know if this is a crop or if this is just fitting the image. Okay, so this works. Uh, but will it be cropped? Let's check. It's not cropped. But why would we crop this 5 by 3? I have a question. This doesn't have to be 5 by 3, actually. Where is our... Why is this rectangle 5 by 3? There is no reason it should be 5 by 3. You can upload any kind of photo. Yeah, exactly. So then what happens if I delete it? Uh, you would like access data from other apps. Sure. Is it because I'm reading from containers? Mm, let's go here. Um, so we deleted this review. Pending. Review files. Sure. So if I remove this file, this should get review ID 45, and this is a review ID 45. Why this wasn't deleted? What is this picture 163? Okay, if I delete it, and then I go back, to review files. Okay, it got deleted. Fine. Okay, no picture. Delete this review. Refresh the data, go back, no review. Now we want to try cropping stuff. Yes. Oh, okay, because I didn't recompile. Sure. Okay, send, send. Okay, it is cropped. Old image. Oh, it's a type of the dog. 2 months old image. Image is the name of the dog. Is a breed of the dog. I was confused for a second. So now we have review 46. Um, and then it has a picture, and that picture is this. Sure. So we're gonna delete that. Um, and we're gonna delete this. Okay. Fine. But why is it 5 by 3? Why did I think? Sup, Juan Martinon. Welcome to the stream. Why did I think to make it 5 by 3? For what reason? I do not know. This looks a bit better, right? Sure, I think for now, that is fine. Let me save this. So I'm gonna not do decoding. I don't think that is needed. Where was it? Actual, hoof picker. This decoding stuff we don't really need. So we replaced all of this with this. I'm just gonna stage it because I still want to change this. I try to address this to do. So we said we have a frame on the label directly, and its alignment is like this. And then perhaps we do not need any of this stuff. Yeah, exactly. And this should also be 4 by 3. Let me do the blinds. Hiding from the sun a little bit. Okay, I'll just sit to the side. Um, okay, can barely see anything. Oh, this is a bit better. This is so ugly now. No, I can handle this. Okay, yeah, I guess this is perfect. Uh, it's a little bit laggy. I want to try it on the phone actually. Um, let's see. Uh, let's go here. Stop everything. Run it on the phone. It will take a while to build. So we can just enjoy the sun for a second. What's up with you, Juan? Oh my god, this is gonna take so long. And also, why do they block the whole UI of Xcode? Like, why can't I just like go here? Why does it have to be like this? Just checking it out. Greetings from California. Oh, that's exciting. Uh, Do we have something new here? Move semantics. No, we saw this one already. Um, I'm curious as if YouTube is still blurry. Where's my channel? Here. Oh, it was here. This looks very good, but of course that's a static image. Yeah, this is a little blurry, eh? YouTube says I should double my bitrate. Oh, but it's... If I go to 1440, it's actually okay. So then it's blurry on their side. Okay, that's good to know. It's not my fault entirely. Okay, device is locked. Here, I have unlocked it for you. Okay, let's see. So our local, yes. Sign in. Oh, I don't remember my email for this account. Well, I'll just sign in with my account. App. What's your thought process when building an app from scratch? Um, do you mean in terms of how to structure stuff, or is there something specific? Because general answer, I really like Swift. Uh, Swift UI seems like a fun topic to learn because there is so much new and different from what I'm used to. So that's why I'm building everything myself. Like I'm sure there is a library, right, that allows you to give it any image and it will just do all of this, right? There is definitely a library. Such as what would be your first step? So let's say you want to make an app, where to start? It all depends on your particular situation and how much you know. For me, I didn't really know anything that is specific to building apps for iOS. I have a lot of experience in programming, but not anything that is relevant here. So I started just kind of building small parts of the app. And if you look at my older code, it's just all a huge mess. Like let's go to the map, for example. That's a little bit refactored. Oh, that's actually not too bad. But main screen maybe. It's just like everything in one file that all references each other. And specifically what I find difficult is I don't have intuition of how components should interact. Like to build this UI where you can drag this rectangle, that took a long time. Like I think there is like 15 videos on YouTube of me like from like 40 minutes to like 3 hours building this. And a lot of the issue was that I didn't really know the loop of I didn't really know how to structure this loop and not so much structure it, but how to use what Swift UI provides to be able to model what I have in my head. Like, of course, there is like, sure, you have like your state, and then you render your view, and then stuff happens, and then you update your state. Okay, that is what I'm used to. But in Swift, right, everything is like two-way. Well, maybe not everything, but definitely this is two-way, right? Um, and when there are more than one part, I really struggled with that because like if you have a image and on top of the image you have a rectangle that you can drag, like you really want to like have a calculation about dragging stuff separate from actually rendering things. So first I just wrote like, okay, here's a rectangle, just everything in one file. But then I had issues like, oh, okay, what if I want to keep like this rectangle certain aspect ratio, right? Now suddenly in UI, you have to like, your component, I want a ratio of 5:3. But then the calculations, like how to like propagate all of this, And make sure like where you have a binding, you need a where you have a binding, you have a binding, where you have state, you have state. Like how does it all come together? It was a little bit difficult, but also expected. I agree, much more fun building yourself. Yeah, but like my goal is not to do most efficient way financially and time wise. My goal is to learn Swift and figure stuff out. I also have trouble with that. I guess how all things fit together. Yeah, and it's also that's the most difficult part, right? The like how each part of your app works. That's kind of straightforward, but when you don't have an intuition about a framework, you will really struggle like connecting everything together, which only comes with experience. Takes me sometimes days. Yeah, yeah, I know the feeling. Okay, on Twitch, Null Coder. Welcome to the stream. Hey, sorry, first time here. What are you building? Yeah, so it's an app that allows you to see places in your city where dogs are allowed. And then if you have been somewhere, you can edit and say, hey, I went to this bar and it was really amazing. Here's a photo of my dog in that bar, right? And then we categorize it a little bit and you can search and leave reviews and favorite stuff. Okay, but I wanted to try the resizing on my phone. Oh, it is a bit laggy. Why is it laggy? I think because I made it a binding. Yes. Okay, so that needs to maybe not happen. Or we need to... No, okay. Yeah, okay. This is what's happening. This is an issue right now. Let's switch back to the simulator. Null Coder asks, what are you using for the maps? Is it an Apple Maps plugin? Yeah, the map is just MapKit from Apple and SwiftUI version. Thank you for following, by the way. So let's say you're writing a review. um, and you edit this photo, all right? And it goes right here, and you click on it, and you start like selecting your dog, right? I really like want this part. And this is a little bit laggy, like dragging this. And the reason why it's laggy is because it tries to crop an image and put it here. So if I move this, it updates in a color. And every time this rectangle changes a little bit, you not only save the coordinates, but you also go to original image, crop that part out, render it here, right? So there's a lot of work. And for older phones and larger images, it's going to be really, like you see, right? Already, that's like a little bit not great. And before, that wasn't an issue, because before we would only save coordinates here, and when you close it, we would do actual crop and pass it to the caller. So only one resize would be happening. Only one cropping would be happening. But right now, we do it in real time. That's not great. Um, so my first thought would be to go here and instead of calculating crop image all the time, only calculate it when crop area changes. And then we have it saved here, but that won't change the lag because crop area changes all the time. Katana 2K from YouTube says, first thing when making an app, do the most interesting part. Maybe interesting part here is putting dog-friendly places on the map. Good idea, Katan. Yeah. Yeah, whatever makes you most exciting, especially for me, I really like doing this, but it's a bit difficult to start and I procrastinate a lot. um so how would that work? So the issue is not really here, right? That's all fine. The issue is here. We render a crop selector, we give it an original image, we give it where to write what was selected, and that is also actually fine, right? The issue is here, that this gets re-rendered all the time. We keep reading and keep reading and keep reading. And this keeps happening because this bind writes a photo, right? Now that is different. Now that is different. Now this has to re-render. What we would like to do perhaps, and say when this goes away, maybe then we do this. Right, so instead of directly connecting cropper to actual photos, we connect it to a temp photo, and when it disappears, only then write it. That seems reasonable, right? Now, will Swift UI allow us to do that? Can I just say binding? That was my question in the earlier stream. Can you just use bindings here? I can just say there is a state uh, of photos element add box value. Actually, I can just take index directly. Can I just do this? And then give bind here. Cannot convert binding of selected photo to optional. Okay, then we can just have it in optional. Here, now you have optional. So it does build, and it did build last time, but will it work? So we're gonna print this and say this is our current, and then cropped is our bind value, right? Let's see what happens. And I tap. Ah, I can never point. Oh, now it's way better. Look at this. And here, it's still original, and I hide it. Original image crop area is the same. Why is crop area the same? Hmm. Do we need, well, let's just try it. Let's just try it, right? If let bind photos at box value equal that. So let's take this picture. I think that's the largest. Okay, this works way better, but it doesn't really work. um, can I do this? And I'm gonna make a binding with initial value, or should I make a state with initial value of this? Maybe this will work. Will this work? Not gonna do anything here for a second, just to see if this runs. I'm kind of suspecting that something was like copy semantics or whatever. But let's see. Um, bind wrap value crop area. And it should not be 3 by 2000 is basically what we are hoping for. It's 4 by 3000. So that is not correct for sure. So this doesn't really work. Um, I am not sure why that wouldn't work. Maybe we make a copy and this just works with a copy. Okay, let's do this manually. So maybe doing state doesn't really work here. So then we'll make a copy, and that's photos element at box value if var copy, right? That should work. So we made a copy, and we made a binding that will return a copy and update the copy, I guess. And then we give that binding here. Let's put this here. All right. Okay. Let's try it. Okay, this works. And does it? Okay, and it doesn't crop all the time. Okay. And if you replace a picture, that also works, but not here. Why doesn't it work here? Um, should this have an ID of photo original image? So once again, you pick this, right? You go here, you resize it, you pick something else. No, that's not where the issue is. Okay, so we copy the photo, right? And then in the photo, in here, we can override the photo as well. How does that work? So this has photo picker that will override a photo. Shall this have ID of a photo? Did we just not try it? Would we just try this? Hmm. There's at some point I had this issue where image would not change, and I did this. It's ID of UI image. Huh. What do I put ID here? What is photo here? Selected photo. Huh. So here it still works. Or maybe it didn't work. It replaces the picture, but not really. Yeah, I think the problem is not really here. I have to give a pill to my dog. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay. So what is going wrong? So I'm sure this component, does it update? No, actually, I'm not sure. Does it update the photo? Well, it does do this. Let me try something. When the photo changes, why don't we do something like ID equal photo hash value? Photo hash value or -1. I don't know. Cannot assign value to ID. ID is a method. No, it is uh and then when we appear, we're going to assign to ID photo hash value or -1. So this shouldn't really change anything, and we're gonna do ID here of that ID. Let's see if that helps. Khalid Samim asks, how can I be in touch with you, dear? Well, thank you for this proxy compliment of wanting to get in touch with me. On Twitch, there is an email in channel description. Uh, okay, let's see if that worked. That did not. Oh, it did work. It did work. Okay, that is nice. No, it didn't work. Oh, it did work. It's just not really working. So I choose this, but when I click here, it does change. Huh. Hmm. So how? So wait. No, here. Go here. So we start with the first photo that's all pink. And that works. And we click on it and it's here. And we do some stuff like dragging. We decide we want a different photo. And then if we drag, nothing really changes. And when we click, oh, because this, when you click here, it resets crop area or something. So that's not really correct. So we start this task. Let's do this. Let's say replaced photo. And now we should have a message here. So it does trigger replaced photo, but it doesn't work correctly. Huh. What if I say original image? Will that help? Why does it only work? So this works. What if we look in here and say ID changed? Why is my computer so loud? Not clear. Um, huh. Maybe this sets it to null? What if we say for a copy equals this? Maybe just this will help. Selected photo must be unwrapped. But copy is already so copy is selected photo. Huh. Ah, maybe that's why. Maybe that is why. So I do not think so. So it lags kind of one behind. So ID changes when I bring this up. So first ID changes, then photo gets replaced. Interesting. Why? Of course, this needs to trigger here. In order for this function to run, this has to change. So then it runs, writes stuff out, this binding changes, then the ID changes. And Clume Magique says on YouTube, "Hi, I have been trying to guess what you're building for the past 7 minutes. My guess is some kind of dog Airbnb. How wrong am I?" Well, you depends on how we count, right? So you say we're building, where is it? Dog Airbnb, and right? If you count by amount of words, then you're 50% correct. If you count by amount of characters, then it's a little bit less. But yes, you are mostly on target. It's an app where you can see places in a city that you can go with your dog. So, for example, this is a restaurant. It has no reviews, but you can leave one and say that was super nice, and then add some pictures of your dog at that restaurant. And the idea is that you can easily see where in a city you would not get instructions like please sit in the corner of the terrace and be quiet with your dog, but it's actually like really nice. It's they welcome dogs. Yeah, and you can add places. You can say I've been here, and they do not allow dogs, right? Because it's royal palace, right? But actually here, that was very nice. So that's an idea. How wrong would you say you were yourself? How would you rate your guess in terms of accuracy? And welcome to the stream. Um, so I'm a bit confused now. So shall I say here that idea of this is copy hash value? Will this help? I don't think so. I think it will break stuff actually. Uh, what if I say, give me a random integer? So ID doesn't change unless you like do something. Um, Something is strange in the order of stuff. I would say I was 30% wrong. Well, I would say you are 70% right. Let's frame it positively. Okay, let's think of a way that we can debug this. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove this. This is good. And this, sure, let's keep it. Okay, does it build still? Oh, you said 30% right. Okay, okay, okay. So internally, stuff works, kinda. What doesn't work is here. Maybe I should put ID on the whole thing. No. What if I make a copy here? What if I make a copy there? I need a box, of course. Well, let's do index. Um, it's a very strange bug. What if I put this here? What about this count? Maybe this count is wrong. Why does it print 3 times? I'm really confused now. So we render a photo. When you tap on that photo, we remember where you tapped. When where you tapped has changed, why is this if here? Uh, Alex says, try to put sheet outside for each. That is very good suggestion. That is a very good suggestion. Um, let's put it here. The same, eh? How can I okay, let's run it on a phone. Uh, and okay, so now I want to pause here, I guess. No, I want to pause here. HC0. Oh, maybe that's why. So when I do you consider your async logic while you repeat photo? Yeah, so that's one thing that makes sense. Yeah, so something is going not right. Um, so what happens? Okay, let's go back. So I do pick a photo. When I click a pick, well, so first of all, when I click pick, this happens. Wait, I have ID somewhere. Where do I have IDs? Mm, maybe I will remove this. Maybe this is why it's broken. Huh? Did it crash? Did it crash? Why did it crash? Thread crashed. Huh? Because somewhere there is null. So I think it's something to do with how photo picker works, maybe. Or so it seems at this point, this is null. Um. Mm, 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 mm. Should we clear this? Just always, actually. Hmm. So it updates when I click. So I set it. Um. So strange. Well, it has to really do with this, right? Um, so it used to be this. Maybe box, no, box cannot change. So let's first see if this works again. So this works. So just writing to that array works perfectly. But then it lags, right? Um, but if we write to the copy, I think copy, maybe that's because copy points to image we have started as. When we replace it, why we don't just, okay, wait, why don't we, why do we have an index? Why don't we just have this? When it changes, we put photo in there. Uh, it needs to be identifiable. Identifiable. Um, and then var id is int32, return hash value. Okay, so this is me doing C# again. Okay, maybe this will work. Okay, so there is not a box. There is photo, right? Um, but we need to know where photo is. So we're gonna find an index in photos, find index, index of. First index where id equal photo id, right? What if you pick the same photo twice? That's not possible. Okay, so if that happens, we do this. But we need to make a copy or whatever. But that will be the same issue with, well, let's see if it's the same issue. Um, did it crash? What's happening? What's happening? Okay, so the same thing. Something is breaking. Can I print address of something? Hash value is a get only property. What did I do? But selected photo is identifiable. Okay, I'm a little bit annoyed at this point. Um, so we're gonna stage this. So we want a working state somewhere. Um, okay, I'm gonna discard all of this. Okay. So this should be working again. And maybe we just leave it for now. Yeah, and then it lags because it resizes images right away. I guess the issue was that this is not dependent. Like this doesn't re-render. There is not a change triggered on this unless you change something that like depends here. Maybe this bind should be somewhere else, not in this closure. I'm gonna just try that for a second and but then I need a copy. Yeah? You know what I mean? That if you track SwiftUI dependencies, like whatever is in here doesn't really matter, right? It's not gonna get triggered. It all depends on index and photos, basically. And index and photos do not change if we make a copy. And then we're forcing it inside of this component itself, and there is some kind of a wrong order. Um, what else can we do? Mm. So this would replace cgrect of what you have selected. Because your cgrect got replaced, this all triggers again. Cgrect inside of photo, right? And this gets calculated and it's used here. What if we do something like this, and this image should only update when ID changes, and ID will only change here. Will this work? But that probably, like, I imagine this probably does not invalidate other dependencies. Hash ID box of 1. That's still not working, huh? Why not? This is kind of similar to my suggestion of sheet outside of the loop. Sheet shouldn't be updated or created every time one of the images is updated. Yes, that is correct. When we moved it out of the loop, it still was the same, right? But you're right. What if it's like it gets updated, re-rendered, and sheet is re-rendered, and this box points to the same index? Um. Oh, I know, because ID can, it doesn't find resizable because ID probably returns some view, and resizable is only on image. I guess that was an error. So this should still work. But now, hmm. Okay, so now we need to make sure that this is not here. The identity is reset. Hmm. Oh, well, why don't we do it with a copy? Uh, so we do the same. But now with the copy, and we put it out, copy is photos element at box value, and it will be here. So this would return a copy, but write also write to the copyright. And also write to the copy. Right, copy is this. But ID of this is a copy. So now this works. Actually, this is not really needed. It disappears. I click pick a new photo, it disappears. Maybe this binding is not right. Maybe this binding is incorrect. Like, why is it binding? It should be state, right? Because it doesn't make sense that it's a binding. What does it say? Accessing state outside of view. This will have a constant binding of the initial value and will not update. Okay. What if we have a state with this? What if we have this as photo none, and then this would go have a photo, right? We would have to have an index. So this would have a faux renaming item, I guess. Um, We just have to save an index. So where in photos and then we just do this. This looks like a mess. That will definitely not work. Build failed. Can we elaborate on that? Build failed. Just failed. Build failed. Can we please have something where we say what failed? So it fails somewhere in here. Okay, so this problem isn't here. Okay, cannot find build failed. Build failed. Oh, there is an error. Instance method requires that conform to identifiable. Um, mm-hmm. Okay, let's do first index where try to comment all code except this. You Yurashka is back. Yeah, no, compiler was showing error, but only for like 300 milliseconds. Um, instance method dot shit item conform. Okay, I'll make it identifiable. I make it identifiable here, and then its ID is int that returns hash value. Is it better? iOS developer now it says. Let's see how hard it will crash. Yes, same issue. What's wrong? It's empty, eh? Because I didn't render anything. Now we're gonna crash, eh? Well, what's wrong now? The process stopped at a breakpoint. No, that is not correct. There are 0 breakpoints. Ah, what do you mean? Well, continue then. Memory is growing a little bit, eh? Hmm. Why does it break even? Okay. Turn on the main thread checker in the schematic settings. Maybe it will show the problem. This is a little bit undecipherable to me, what you said. Run debug options. Can you point me to a specific place where that is? Oh, main thread checker, it's on. Thank you, Yurashka. Uh, maybe this? Okay, what is this now? Because that's fine. Why doesn't it work? Oh, it shows up and then it breaks. Memory manager write protects. So am I writing somewhere that I shouldn't? Does this break? Oh yeah, because I don't know. Let's just try. Uh, no. Okay. I guess we have to drain your battery then. Discard. Discard. So what I was trying to do, let me show you. Maybe you have any ideas. uh, so you pick an array of pictures, right? I decode them into my own struct. And a struct has UI image and a rectangle that's selected. So those these three images get converted into this, and then I have them here, right? Then I have a on click on tap that shows this view with the item of that array, right? So you click on the third one, I take third item of the array, show you this, right? And then you can crop it, close it, it's updated, right? And the image stays the same, crop area is updated, and this view calls this one. So when you click again, you can select again from the same photo. Now this is all fine, but the issue is um, when I render these previews, it takes a crop image and then cropped image depends on both of this, right? And this UI resets crop area. So then every time I do that, it updates a struct, it notices that array, something in the array has changed, and then it calls this cropped image. So every time I drag it a little bit, it calls crop to render this preview. So if you pick a huge image, it lags because on every change, crop area is updated and this one is triggered. So what I tried to do is to only do this, like look at the CPU, right, 100%. So I wanted to take a copy of this, right, and then once it's changed, once it disappears, do this. But because it's all a binding, I was like, okay, I take a copy of the element, I make my own binding, right, and instead of writing to the array here, I would write to my copy. But then this stopped working. And while I was explaining it, silly question, why not just take the class? What do you mean? Make what into a class? Is that what you mean? Make something into a class instead of a struct? your struct for images. Make it into a class, you're saying? You mean do this? So let me draw this out, right? So there is this selector that has three images. That comes from an array somewhere where there is a struct and another struct and another struct. Now when you tap on this, it shows you a sheet. So this goes here, right? And it shows you a sheet with a binding to this, right? So now when you change this to this, it writes a new rectangle. That rectangle also goes here and it changes that image. So what I want to do is not do this right until this view disappears. That's kind of my idea. But I need to give this something. I guess I can just have a version of this that owns the image. Maybe that just has a callback, right? What if I have this that takes selected photo and mode and just has a callback with a new photo? Basically, but that's what I was trying to do, right? I was trying to say, here's your photo, right? Can I not get binding for the value? Why wouldn't this work is my question. Why wouldn't this work? Because all of this gets um maybe I should just write a new view. Okay, I'm gonna drop this for now. It's also been 5 hours. So, uh, hopefully tomorrow I'm back and we'll finish this. Thank you everyone for helping and joining. Oh, and Gloomy Magic is transferred from YouTube to Twitch and says it doesn't work because the computer says so. You're not qualified enough to contradict the computer's judgment. Yeah, I see you preparing for AI taking over. Yes, computer has decided to go on an early weekend, so nothing you type will ever work. Okay, thank you everyone. I'll see you in the future. Okay, bye.